is an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Today we mourn the loss of our colleague and friend, Commissioner Mike Boyle. Mike will always be remembered for being...
That SEC short, did I send that to you, or did you send that to me?
Folks, could you please mute yourselves who are on mute? Thank you.
Mike will always be remembered for being fearless in expressing his views. But most importantly, he will always be known for amplifying his voice to help those in need. During his time on the board, Mike threw us for a loop many times with his out-of-the-box thinking and ideas. But no matter what, he always had the residents of District 1, the Sunshine District, as he so passionately called it, he had their best interest at heart, as well as all of Douglas County. Mike was fiercely dedicated to Ann and his kids. He was so proud of them all. All you had to do was look into his eyes when he was talking about them, and you could see pure love and affection. He was really proud of having his daughter Maureen join us on the board, and we are so happy that he was able to enjoy that time, even if it was short-lived. Throughout his latest health issue, lung cancer, Mike didn't miss a beat. He loved being a county commissioner, and he loved public service. He loved serving the people of Douglas County. So he continued to participate through virtual meetings and emails up until the end. We now find comfort in the fact that we know Mike and Ann are looking down on us smiling and dancing away with the angels in the sky. At this time, is there anyone else who would like to make any remarks? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
And thank you for those kind words. I knew Mike virtually all my life and was proud to have served with them for the last number of years on the county board. I think he'll leave a legacy of dedicated public service and integrity that will guide us for years to come. I want to offer my deep sympathy and condolences to the Boyle family. I know how hard this is. And I just would like to say that Mike and I shared many laughs together as a couple of Irishmen. We had similar senses of humor and philosophical outlook. And it informed a wide variety of things, including passing away. And I'd just like to share with the family and friends of Mike, which are legion, the attitude towards passing away that he and I both share. He's not really gone, he's just gone ahead. And I appreciate what Chairman Borgeson said in reference to Mike and Ann being together. They were a loving couple and lifelong friends, and I know that they're happy together in a better place. We will mourn his passing, but the sorrow is for us and not for Mike, who will be with us always.
Anyone else? PJ?
I want to thank you, Mary Ann, speaking on behalf of all of us, and your words about Commissioner Boyle. And, you know, what a pleasure for all of us to serve with him and have that great sense of humor that he had, and the input that he gave, and he really it will be missed by all of us, and it'll go on forever. But thank you for the ribbon that you put on his chair. That was most thoughtful.
All right. Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add, there's a lot of things to say. I'd just like to note the point that it was a pleasure to serve the 16 years with him personally, in addition to knowing him before that. It was good to have the time with him about 2 weeks ago when he came into the office on a Monday. And now knowing that will be the last time I will see him personally. Opportunity to just talk to him and see how he was doing. Of all the things, I'll miss the stories and the way he connected just past political things here and just the stories in general and the way he had with storytelling. He and his wife, for me at 25 years old, when I was first getting involved with politics, were some of the players that got me involved and really took an active part in putting me in places to kind of understand things. So I owe him a lot in that respect, and hope to, just honor him in the future with those things that he cared about. The one thing in sensing when he was there, though, is that even though he knew he was going some, I think he would have wanted everybody to carry on, not be in sorrow, and just live to the fullest, like he tried to do. And with that, my thoughts go to the family and Maureen and everybody else that was close to him. Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish I would have. I used to talk to Mike a couple nights a week. When I first got on the board, he had my number logged in, and he would always answer it the same way. Well, hello, Michael, and I enjoyed it. And he was a people person, and that sounds cliche, but he really loved people, and he was a good husband and a good father and a good man. All indicators show that over his years. And isn't that all we can hope to achieve? What I liked, and this will be brief, what I liked about Mike mostly from a working standpoint is that we agreed on a lot, but if you disagreed with him and you made a debate and you made an argument, when it was over, it was over. I mean, he didn't care. And because politics is a business too. We all have egos, especially all of us up here. Myself, probably the biggest. He did too, but when that debate was over, it was over. And I really appreciated that about Mike, because that doesn't happen enough now. We're in a divisive world. We're in a divisive political world too, and we'll miss that. And I wish I would have talked to him this week or last week, but I'll miss him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Brian Cruz?
Well, good morning. Brian Cruz, Douglas County Election Commissioner, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say something about Mike as the former election commissioner. First, we'd like to extend our sympathy to Commissioner Maureen Boyle and all of his family on behalf of the Election Commission. When I was first appointed and then sworn in January of 2016, Mike showed up. We never met each other, and we became almost instant friends. And then pretty soon that led to frequent lunches at Jericho's, and then once they closed for COVID later, the Drover. But Mike would always introduce me to people, and he'd always say, this is Brian, the election commissioner. He's a Republican, and I'm a Democrat. But he'd always say, we're the best of friends, and that's the way it should be. Yeah. And, I think in the times we live in, we need more of that. You know, Mike was the consummate proponent, advocate, and friend of the Election Commission, as we all well know from the board meetings. He said when we were looking for a new building, he said, I found it by mistake. He said, I got lost, took a wrong turn, drove through the parking lot we're in now. He said, I called PJ Morgan and said, I found the perfect spot, let's make it happen. And it ultimately did. And who could ever forget last May, Mike's election, when he won by 3 votes? 3 votes. And he'd often call me, or when we'd visit, he'd say, you know, when I get up in the morning, I look in the mirror and I say, 3 votes, 3 votes. He never forgot that. So I'd just like to conclude by saying, you know, all of us at the Election Commission will miss him. We'll miss him just stopping by to say hi. We'll miss him advocating for us. And personally, I will miss our lunches. I'll miss his stories. I'll miss his advice. And of course, his big smile and his laugh. So thanks for everything, Mike. We're all gonna miss you.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Dan?
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. Well, there's a lot, but I'll try to be brief. I liked what all of you had to say, but Commissioner Friend, had you not said that, I would have said that. I can recall a time where I was in a meeting, and Commissioner Borgeson, you were there as a BOE meeting. I yelled at Mike in a meeting once, and that's not something I normally do. And then 15, 20 minutes later, we were laughing, and we were all good at the end of the meeting. And then just the other thing is sometimes when I talk to my other fellow elected officials, I don't mean here, just in general. Sometimes you run into people in a public setting and they're one way with you, and then you run into them privately and they're completely different. And you're like, all right, well, what, did I catch this person on an off day, or they're just being in front of me in front of other people? They don't really like me. I don't know, you know. But with Mike, I always felt like I was getting the real person. You know, never had a question of who he was to me. So, thanks for giving me the time to say something about him.
Thank you. Mike Goodwillie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. I will be brief. I would simply say that Commissioner Boyle and I had many fairly animated sparring matches at county board meetings over the years. But the thing of it is, no matter how animated or heated those sparring matches got, it was clear to me, 2 things were clear to me. One is that it was never mean or personal, okay? He was doing his job the way he saw fit to do his job. And second, that underneath it all, there was a good and decent and kind person underneath. And I guess there's a third thing, that his zeal for his job was unmatched, and that's an admirable quality. And so his passing, I think, is a loss to us all, and my condolences to his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Ben?
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. And thank you for acknowledging me. I really appreciate that. Obviously, my condolences are for our good friend, my good friend, Mike Boyle, and especially on behalf of the Latino community. Mike was a great friend of mine and a great friend of South Omaha and the Latino community in particular, because I think Mike's history has shown that from the time he entered politics, he was always a fighter at the vanguard of fighting on behalf of sometimes the disenfranchised, those who were somewhat powerless, and especially communities of color. And I used to listen to him speak sometimes about his experiences in North Omaha, his relationships with some people in South Omaha, and it was always in a very positive tone. When he joined us, either at the GI Forum in South Omaha and with some of my friends and colleagues from South Omaha, including a lot of Latino cops, there was always a sense of family when we gathered around the table with Mike, because Mike, being of Irish descent, had a lot in common with us who are of Latino descent. Because when we broke bread, it was, all barriers are down. When you're sharing bread and tortillas with one another, tacos with one another, those barriers come down substantially. And that's what was great about Mike, is he fit right in with his wit, his unfailing good humor, occasional sarcasm and biting sarcasm, fit right into our crowd, because most of the Latino colleagues that I have are the same way, the same good humor, sarcasm, but always connecting that to their job. Their job, their mission in life was and remains very important, both to Mike and to members of my community. So we will miss him dearly, miss having lunch or breakfast with Mike, especially because more often than not, he paid the bill. That part of it, to me, I'll miss also. So my condolences again to his daughter, to his children. And we in South Omaha will miss him tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Anyone else? Okay, Karen, go ahead. Our colleague, our friend, Commissioner Mike Boyle, you touched so many people and left such remarkable impressions with everyone you met. And because of that, you will be missed, but you will never be forgotten. Thank you, everybody. With that, we will begin our meeting with the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marine Boyle is absent. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Here.
Commissioner Friend?
Here.
Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers?
Here.
Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, September 21, 2021, as the date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chambers or Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to resolutions. Resolutions D, E, and F. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next, we have a protest of value added to formerly exempt parcel 01082900006. Kearns, I think he's on the Zoom. Mr. Kearns or Catherine, are you going to start off with the background on this?
Sure. So this property was previously exempt, I believe, in the assessor's office, assigned a value to it, and Mr. Kearns protested the assessed value. We prepared his protest documentation and a packet from the assessor's office for a referee to review and make a recommendation, and that is the final page in your packet there. And you are correct, Mr. Kearns is here as well and would be interested to speak.
Okay,
Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. If I may just have a minute, and it's a relatively minor clarification. This property was not exempt. It was simply owned by Union Pacific Railroad. And railroad operating property is assessed differently than locally assessed property is. It's part of what we call central assessment that the state of Nebraska does. And when a property is centrally assessed, railroads, pipeline companies, telecommunications companies, the state does a value and then apportions it among the counties, and that's what gets taxed, but it doesn't carry a local value at the same time. So when Mr. Kearns purchased the property from the Union Pacific, then we had to put a value on it because there was no local assessment. And so when Mr. Kearns filed his protest, we provided a packet like we do for any other county board protest that included a list of sales in vacant land in the western part of Douglas County. That was provided to the county's referee. As far as we're concerned, just like the protests that get filed in June, it is the county board's process. You hired a paid appraiser, a professional appraiser, to make a recommendation. You're free to take that recommendation or ignore it. But as far as we're concerned, that's kind of between you and your referee. If we feel aggrieved about it, we have a remedy. The one thing I would want to point out is at various times in the past, this property may have been, or has been used for agricultural purposes. It currently is not. And so it needs to carry a value close to its market value. In future, if Mr. Kearns, as the new owner, decides to say to the nearby farmer, hey, come farm our parcel, he can apply for, and assuming that that's happening, obtain special valuation, which is an ag value and a significant reduction. But state law says you have to be predominantly used for an agricultural purposes, or for purposes. Currently, it's not planted or being farmed in any sort of way. So for this year, at least, it needs to carry a market value. In future years, it may qualify for ag value, depending on what's occurring on the property. Thank you.
Mr. Kearns? Can you unmute, please? Nope, you're still muted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
There we go. Yep.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Well, thank you for letting me take a moment to go over my beliefs on this. But I would have been in there in person, but I had a 10 o'clock appointment, so I appreciate the Zoom opportunity. I bought the adjacent property, as they said, from Union Pacific. Like all owners, I was concerned about what kind of development would occur on a property next to mine. So I negotiated with Union Pacific for about 6 months. I thought the property was worth about $10,000 an acre. They thought it was worth more, so we finally settled on a $20,000 per acre price. So I was shocked when the assessor came and basically said Union Pacific didn't know what they were doing and that the property was really worth twice as much as what I paid for it. And I contend that that's not the case, that Union Pacific, was a shrewd negotiator, and it took me 6 months to negotiate that. So I don't know if anyone has read the material I submitted. I'll quickly try to go through it, but the first point I made was that the market value is what I paid for it. I know in their response, they came back and said that there was nothing to indicate that this was an arm's length transaction from the railroad, but I didn't think I had to prove or acknowledge that I don't work for the railroad. I have no connection to the railroad. I looked up the WEC's legal dictionary for arm's length transaction, and it says it's transaction between two parties who are independent and do not have a close relationship with each other. And that's the case here. I have no relationship whatsoever with Union Pacific. I also looked up the appraiser terminology in handbook for fair market value, and it said it's the price at which a willing seller would sell and a willing buyer would buy. neither being under abnormal pressure. Well, that's the exact case here. I have no relationship with them. It is arm's length transaction, and the most accurate assessment of what a property is worth is what two willing people are willing to sell it for and willing to buy it, and that's exactly what it is. And so I paid $124,800 for the property. The primary reason, point number two, that I agreed on that price was because they came back to me and said, oh, there's a bunch of deed restrictions on the property. The primary one being that it is not able to be used as residential property. And obviously, if I could use it for residential property and sell it as a residential lot, it probably would be worth more. But unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. When I looked at the assessor's response on the account type of all the different properties they listed that they wanted to compare mine to, 100% of them all listed as residential. And so when you look at in the narrative summary on vacant land, it said values are determined by comparing like properties to like properties. So essentially what they're doing is they're comparing my property that's specifically prohibited from being used as a residential property to residential properties. And that's not like to like. There's two primary reasons that I'm not saying that in the future you might be able to get these restrictions removed. I asked Union Pacific specifically if I could get those restrictions removed. However, you got two main problems with that. The first one is that if the property is landlocked, the only access to it is a private road through Elk Ranch Estates. And in Elk Ranch Estates covenants, it says that properties need to be at least 10 acres before you have.
1 minute, Mr. Kearns. You have 1 minute,
Okay.
Mr. Kearns.
Let me go then to the last reason then, and that is when I specifically asked Union Pacific, they told me that no, that if they would not remove that residential limit on the deed unless I paid extra money to value the property as a residential property. So if I or try to sell this to a developer or anybody else for residential, they're not going to pay what you guys are saying it's worth or what the assessor is saying it's worth, because they would have to go back to Union Pacific and get that residential restriction removed, and they would have to cough up a lot of money to get that removed. So in essence, you're asking me to pay taxes on a residential property that is not a residential property at all.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on this? I guess I have a question. Well, go ahead, Commissioner Cameron.
To hear what Mr. Goodwillie has to say about that.
Well, once again, I guess I would say that it's your process. But that said, I think the reason we treated it as something other than an arm's length transaction is the definition we have to operate under for actual value talks about a sale, the most probable price expressed in money between a buyer and a seller after exposure to the marketplace. And I think our appraisers weren't entirely certain that this thing had been exposed to the marketplace. Whether that's whether they knew about ahead of time, whether they knew about all the restrictions on the deeds, I don't know. And that's something that the referee would have had to weigh, and that you folks have to weigh. But that's sort of the extent of my knowledge of what our process was.
And I guess we don't have a referee here today, is that right? Thank you.
Catherine or Mike, before you sit down, I do have a question on the process, though, because if this went through our normal process and we approved it on August 10th,
Sure.
the next process for the taxpayer is to go to Turk, not come to the board.
No, Commissioner, not in these types of scenarios. We sent this up as a certified assessment correction along with a whole bunch of other properties that had either previously been exempt or previously been central assessed. And because of the timing of it, I mean, normally, yes, normally when you adopt a value like during protest time, the next remedy is to the Tax Equalization and Review Commission. But this isn't sort of normal process. And the reason I say that is this all occurred after the time when we can set a value unilaterally, and then the notice will go out and people can file their protests. So essentially, the first bite at setting the value here was when we took these certified correction assessments to you. And so once you approved that value, that started the protest clock ticking. And I think the statutory section that talks about it is like 77-1504, maybe. I'm doing this kind of cold without this in front of me. But what happens is when you set the values in these scenarios, now the clock ticks and the taxpayer does have the right to protest to you folks first. And then depending on what you do here today, the next remedy would go to the Tax Equalization and Review Commission.
So that's the August 3rd date that you're referring to when it says on here that they came up as a CAC?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right.
And near as I can tell, Mr. Kern's got his protest filed to you folks on time, so I don't think there's a
not a
jurisdictional
timing
issue or any kind of thing like that.
Okay, all right. So if we uphold what the value that's placed on it, then the next thing again would be for him to go to Turk?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Just so I understand the process. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Well, am I allowed to respond? I'm not sure the process here.
Yes, you can go ahead and respond.
Okay. Well, he raised the issue of that it wasn't, I believe his words were not subject to normal market value process or something like that.
No.
And whether that is or isn't, I would say that if it was subject to being open up to 100 different bidders or something, it's still going to have the same effect that there's restrictions on the deed. So you can immediately eliminate all residential purchasers of this because of the deed restriction. No developer is going to buy this to put houses on it when it's prohibited. So the only way they would be able to do that is to have those restrictions removed, which at this point they are not removed. And then in their response, to me, the main argument here is the deed restrictions, and they didn't address that in their response at all. I was kind of surprised that they then went to one of my ancillary issues about the farmland, and I'll address that. The only reason it's not planted as a farm field right now is because it was in the process of my purchasing it, and the farmer was uncertain, and we weren't able to get the crops in this year. That's the only reason it was left as weeds this year. I've already contacted the farmer, but to me, whether it's farmland or not is irrelevant to the fact that you're asking to assign a residential value to something and you're comparing it to all the other properties that people are willing to pay much more for because they're going to use it for commercial development or residential development, and yet this property cannot be used for that. It's right there in the deed.
Okay, thank you. I see no lights on. Teresa, I do have a legal question. It's on here as a protest value added to formally exempt partial. If there's no action taken, the value just stands as is, and then again, the process, the next step for the taxpayer would be Turk, correct?
So, Teresa, your county attorney's office. I think I'd prefer you all to take action one way or the other, because their right to go to Turk implies that you guys have either said yes to the protest or said no. And I think we've done that in the past. And so the way it's phrased currently, I think the protest of value added to formally exempt property. So you would want, if you want to uphold the value, you would deny the protest. And if you want to grant the protest, then you would vote to grant the protest.
Okay. So what is the will of the board?
Granting the protest means in favor of the gentleman.
Or uphold the, Commissioner Friend?
No, Commissioner Rogers seconded it.
And just so we're clear, that the value that he's protesting is a value of $248,500, and the requested value is $124,800. Is that correct? That is correct. I'm getting a nod. Okay. Any other, Commissioner Morgan?
Chair, I believe that would be the number in the arm's length transaction that he purchased it for.
Correct.
So that's what we're doing.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'm sorry, what were those values again?
124,800 is the requested, and that's what the motion is for.
And what was the actual? Sorry?
240.
240.
248.
248.
$248,500. Okay. No other questions or lights? There was a motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Does your motion, Commissioner Morgan, and second Commissioner Rogers, include adjournment? Yes. All right.
Just so I'm clear, PJ, your motion is to grant the protest?
Correct.
For the purchase of an arm's length transaction, as you stated, bringing Union Pacific and at the price that he paid for the property.
Correct. Okay. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you for being on Zoom, Mr. Kearns.
And
I just wanted, could I add just one thing? It's on a personal nature. I just think we're really divided politically, and so I'm not really big into politics, and so I actually was glad I attended your touching tribute to Mike Boyle. It just kind of put a human face to the political process, and I'm sure you guys have a thankless job out there because all you get is, people when they have complaints. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being here.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Kearns, you will get a notice from the clerk's office detailing the new value.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next, we'll move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Corrections. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marine Boyle is absent. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Here. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan. Yes. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item 1, approval of the minutes of the Board of Corrections meeting held Tuesday, August 24th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan? Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the Board of Corrections about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to the report from our Director of Corrections. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Myers, Director of Corrections for Douglas County. And before I get started on my report, I wanted to take a moment to talk about what Commissioner Boyle meant to me personally and to our department. Mike's support of our department was unwavering. He understood the challenges that our staff face every day. And at the same time, he also understood the challenges that the incarcerated population faces every day. And his advocacy on both fronts is probably a pretty rare combination, not among this board, but among the community as a whole, to understand that just because your circumstances may be different, it doesn't change your value as a human being, and it doesn't change the dignity in which you deserve to be treated. I personally We'll miss Commissioner Boyle very much, and I want to extend my condolences to his family. And he will be forever missed in our department as well.
Thank you.
Turning your attention to the monthly report for August. After the second month of our fiscal year, we are $143,775 under budget. There was $454,884 spent on overtime in August. This represents a steep increase from the previous month. We've had a pretty rough month, a couple of months prior in regards to staff attrition, and we also were under some construction deadlines to finish some additional projects funded by the public safety bond by the end of the month, which required additional posts to be staffed. We have taken some steps to curb some of those posts, and hopefully we will have a better number in September for overtime. Enclosure number 2, Community Corrections and Reentry Services. This was the first month in over a year that Community Corrections was reopened fully for the entirety of the month. 24/7 sobriety program continues to enjoy robust utilization. There were 60 individuals placed on the program. 3,402 breath tests were administered. 16 were positive for alcohol use. There were 17 no-shows for breath testing, and the compliance rate was 99.9%. 63 individuals were monitored for a total of 1,619 days of SCRAM monitoring, and there were 0 no-shows, 1 tampering violation, and 3 alcohol violations. And that compliance rate was 99.9. There were 850 saliva drug tests administered with 96 violations, and there were 26 drug testing patches submitted for testing with 3 violations. Work release admitted 20 individuals. House arrest admitted 56 individuals. The Reentry Assistance Program, or RAP, admitted 19 individuals. And the full curriculum of programming resumed over the course of the month of August. In reentry services and therapeutic communities, there were 65 individuals admitted. Pretrial services continues to provide regular information to the courts regarding candidates for bond reduction and early pleas in response to the pandemic. 35 individuals were referred for priority prosecution, saving 215 bed days. 175 individuals were placed on pretrial release. 1,284 individuals were managed on pretrial release over the course of the month with a 91% compliance rate. 72 individuals visited the law library. And we continue to participate in a year-long pilot project to implement the public safety assessment as a part of our strategy to enhance pretrial release supervision and supportive services. A new pretrial release case management system, software system is being implemented and actually does have some clients in it live now. This will play a key role in our pretrial release enhancements planned throughout the rest of this year. Enclosure number 3, compliance. Regular, routine, annual documentation is being collected for all compliance processes. The Congressional Office of Detention Oversight conducted an in-person audit from August 31st to September 2nd to review compliance with our ICE standards. Moving on to enclosure number 4, personnel. 4 officers below the rank of sergeant left employment in August. This is a decrease from the previous few months, but our staffing remains thin as our newer officers are still being trained. As a part of our ongoing commitment to improve morale, job satisfaction, and overall wellness for our staff, we have administered part 1 of a 2-part survey. We are soliciting opinions from our staff regarding what changes we can make that would be most meaningful to them. Over 300 of our staff participated in the survey, and Part 2 will be administered later in September. A class of 13 new correctional officers began academy training on August 23rd, and they will graduate on September 24th. And in an attempt to recoup some of our staffing losses that we had over the summer, we have rearranged our training schedule for the remainder of the year in order to accommodate one additional class prior to the end of the year. Enclosure number 5, population. We had 1,414 admissions. That's an increase from the month before. We had 1,328 releases, and that is a decrease from the month before. Our high count was 1,236, and our low count was 1,156. Our average daily population was 1,196. That was a significant increase of 42 per day from the previous month. There were 164 custodial sanctioned bed days. That was an increase. The U.S. Marshal population decreased. The ICE population increased. The felony pretrial population increased. The misdemeanor pretrial population increased. Probation violations remained stable, and the female population increased, and we operated 4 female housing units throughout the month. Enclosure number 6, medical. There were 1,137 intake screenings. There were 360 health and physical assessments. Inmates were sent out 19 times for emergent medical care. 8 of those were by 911. There were 12 hospital admissions, which resulted in 32 days of hospitalization. Enclosure number 7, mental health. There were 81 initial psychiatric assessments. There were 6 initial mental health assessments. Mental health infirmary placements, there were 79. There were 84 individuals placed on drug and alcohol withdrawal protocols. There were 4 referrals to the Board of Mental Health and 3 to long-term psychiatric facilities. And other noteworthy items, we continue to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. We had 27 cases confirmed among the incarcerated population in August, which were spread out over several different housing units in different areas of the jail. We had 7 infections among our staff, which were the first we've had in the previous 4 months. Approximately 75% of our staff have been vaccinated. And as of September 1st, we had vaccinated 1,138 incarcerated individuals, including 141 who were vaccinated during August. The good news is that requests among the incarcerated population to be vaccinated are increasing. And I want to also thank the Douglas County Health Department for their assistance they are now providing additional assistance in doing vaccine clinics weekly themselves on site at the jail, in addition to ones that our own medical department does. We continue to follow CDC guidance for correctional facilities, and we have continued to work with the Douglas County Health Department to develop processes to reduce quarantine periods from 14 to 7 days after a negative test for COVID. We've implemented a variety of strategies, both internally and with our criminal justice partners, to keep essential operations within DCDC and the courts operational during the current surge of cases. Work to implement our body-worn cameras, the new security system, and tablet system continue. And I'll conclude with, as a leadership team, we've recognized that we haven't maintained the appropriate focus on showing our staff how grateful we are to their service, for their service during the pandemic and other challenges that the last 18 months has brought. Among the many ways we intend to improve improve is our upcoming staff appreciation barbecue, which will actually now be held on September 28th, and you will all be invited, which the leadership team will host and serve. We will present awards and have various activities throughout the day. And these staff appreciation events will be held quarterly from this point forward. With that, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this. Just going through some of the metrics that we touch on every month, I'm looking, and I'm sure it's here, for the page that has the authorized personnel and actual personnel. I'm just not able to lay my hands on that real quick. If you could tell me what that one is.
We have, that would be page 6 of 46.
Page 6? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right.
And you can see we are down 36 between the rank of lieutenant and correctional officer 1. We are 36 short.
Okay, so, you break these out very well in terms of correction officer 4s with lieutenants and 3s, which are sergeants, and we're pretty much up to 100% plus in theirs, but the corrections officers are at 89, and the supervisors, inmate accounts and services are 87, and inmate accounts specialists 83%. Management and support is 69.8%. So I guess those are the ones that are a little bit concerning, and I particularly keep my eyes on the corrections officers, kind of your frontline people. We're authorized for 349, and we have 312. And we have this discussion about training classes coming on, and then you referenced some people leaving. So it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But I think we've made steady progress over your tenure as correction director, and I want to commend you on that, but it's a challenge, I know. Based on what you said from last month, are we ahead of where we were last month, about the same, or a little behind?
We probably basically held our own because we brought a class we brought a class of 13 on and we only lost 4, so I guess we did have some gains. The issue is those officers are not yet done with training, so they're not helping out by alleviating overtime that's spread among the other officers yet.
Okay. The average daily population on page 30, it indicates is 1,196, but on page 45, the mental health admits that we have is at 1,404, actually a larger number than our average daily population, but people come and people go.
Yeah, that's a cumulative total throughout the month of individuals who were diagnosed with a mental illness versus the average daily population of everybody. So those two statistics are a little difficult to compare. But
again, the majority, if not the overwhelming majority of inmates present with some mental health issue.
A very significant number of our inmates present with a mental health disorder, and more significantly is the number that present with a serious mental illness, which is typically around 18% of our population. And you take that, we were at 1,200 people a day. That means we have probably 250 people in custody in the same building who suffer from illnesses like schizophrenia.
Right. And we hope with the ongoing discussions on our ARPA funding to help alleviate that, maybe with a secure mental health facility on the campus that we have.
1 minute.
The minority majority in the population continues in the racial demographic to be 64.87% minority population of our general population.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then, sadly, I think we had someone pass away in the population this month. Is that that right?
We did. Oh, well, actually, it would have been in September, so yes, this month, but not reflected in this report.
Oh, I see, okay, yeah. Just in general, maybe going forward, if we could have kind of annual cumulative information on people who pass away there, it might be helpful. It's sad, it happens, and it's unfortunate when it does. But I'd just like to keep track of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, thanks for the report, as always. My concern continues to relate to retention. I have other concerns too, but one of the chief concerns, of course, not just in corrections, but all across Douglas County, and the effects it has on services that either the state or the feds actually mandate us to provide. And sometimes they give us funding and sometimes they don't. So I guess my question is, we're soliciting opinions of staff regarding the changes. In enclosure 4, you were talking about the survey, that you're performing. Would that survey, there's probably a question in there that relates to initial pay and then retention pay or growth of pay scales going forward, right? I mean, is that broken down in the survey as far as you can remember?
Well, it actually, in this survey, we didn't ask that. Our focus was on things that we had an immediate ability to take some action on.
I get it.
Rather than ask them for an opinion, receive that opinion, and then say, we appreciate your opinion. Unfortunately, we can't, make that change right here or right now.
Okay. The survey, the statistics and the metrics, we should have those at the end, by the end of the month or something like that, right? I mean, will that be presented at your next presentation maybe?
Perhaps. We are, it's kind of a long story, but we actually did this. There's reasons we did this survey on paper rather than electronically. So we do have some data entry to do ourselves,
Okay.
But that's ongoing right now.
Okay, final question. Mike, this is a little bit more macro. What's your wheelhouse as far as recruiting? I'm just curious. I don't think I've ever even gone offline and asked you about this. I mean, when we see a recruit that has the capacity and we decide to put them through a training class, where are we finding the majority of those people? And it's probably a loaded question. It probably varies,
Sure.
right? But I mean, what's your wheelhouse, if I could ask it that way?
That is a good question, and I don't know. Our wheelhouse right now is pretty broad, and we have a lot of people that we get from other agencies that come to us from the state, sometimes from other counties. We always are interested in those folks because they have a baseline of knowledge that we can start from. We actually did make some changes in our contract with our correctional officers at the last negotiation to allow for a quicker promotion from CO1 to CO2 for individuals who have previous correctional experience within the past 3 years. We have a lot of people that this is their, kind of first foray out of college into what they think might be a law enforcement career. Some of them stay with us for the long term. Some of them pursue other opportunities after they are with us for a few years. And we have a lot of referrals from people who have been have been longtime employees and suggested as employment. And we encourage our staff to get the word out themselves, especially we have a Fraternal Order of Police as well as the African American Correctional Officers Association, encouraging them to engage in outreach efforts as well.
Okay, and when we get some sort of lateral move, so if somebody actually came from the state or if they came from another county corrections environment, do we fast track those people through training? I mean, is there do they get specialized attention? Because if there is a lateral move, is there some way that they can actually speed up the process of actually getting somebody onto the front line, right?
We haven't put them in a separate track up to this point, and I think that mainly is because each facility is so different, and the procedures, there's a lot, the devil's in the details, and you have to get to know our details, and because every facility is set up different, every jurisdiction operates differently. It's an interesting thought to see if we could pursue something like that. At best, that would maybe save us a couple of weeks on somebody in their training.
Time.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Any other questions or comments for Mike? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marine Boyle is absent. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item 1A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. There's also minutes available for from our pre-board meetings of August 23rd and August 30th. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment processed through Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Second. Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is the consent agenda, items A through N. Please note item E has been stricken from the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I remove F5?
F5?
Yes.
Okay.
Other than that, I've approved the consent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I just have a couple of informational questions on items H and J. These are insurance things, and I wanted the public to be aware of what we're doing here. And Joe, maybe you could help us with this. On H, approval of the renewal proposal with Blue Cross Blue Shield Nebraska. And I note that it authorizes a contract commencing January 1st, 22. It doesn't include an amount in the backup documents. Just briefly, could you tell us what this is and how much it is?
I'm going to ask Colleen Frederickson from HR.
Oh, I didn't see it there. Oh, great. Okay, thanks.
Okay, for the amount, it would be, it's a flat.
Colleen, can you state your name,
Oh,
please?
sorry. Colleen Frederickson, Human Resources. For the amount for the Blue Cross, there is actually a decrease for our annual administration fee for a 3-year renewal. All we are asking is that we proceed to get the contract, to get the dollar amounts for that.
Okay, so let's start at the top. This is for Blue Cross Blue Shield is providing us what under this?
They will process our medical insurance claims and do process the prescriptions. Since it is self-insured, they do charge an administration fee for us.
Okay. And the contract contains an amount?
It does for the administration fee.
Right.
Which is, I believe it's $2 less than individual for a regular one. It's a decrease from our previous contract.
So this would presumably result in some savings possibly?
Yes.
Great. But it's difficult to anticipate what that amount is because the...
Correct, because claims
services
go up and
fluctuate.
down all the time.
Okay. The other one, real quick, is the J, approval renewal proposal of Davis Vision Insurance. I looked at this and it looked like it was a kind of a billing thing for 166,000. Is there something else there?
It is not, it's not a budgeted item because it's 100% paid by the employees. So what they select, the employee pays 100% for it. So if I had, for individual for vision insurance, it's $572. It costs $572 with Davis. That $572 is passed to the employee to pay that amount.
Okay, so this 166,000 is an employee's payment?
Yes, it's a accumulation of the employees for the year, yes.
Okay. Then what's the actual proposal that we're renewing?
No, it would be the same insurance, it'd be the same benefit with no price increase at all, with no premium increase, just the same thing, flat.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Anything else?
Colleen. No other questions or comments. There was a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
We'll go back to item F5, amendment with Charles Drew Health Center regarding women's, infant, and children's supplemental nutrition program to increase from $126,868.75. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rogers abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
Next is recognition and proclamations. There's a recognition of the following county employee who is retiring. Agnes Knut worked at the Douglas County Health Center for 17 years, and I don't believe she is present. We also have item B, a recognition for the following county employee who's retiring. Pam Crane worked for the Douglas County Health Center for 19 years, and I don't believe she is here either. With that, do we have a motion to approve A and B?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan, and on behalf of the board, we wish them a happy retirement and thank them for their years of service. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
A resolution honoring Rajesh Jan, an internationally recognized humanitarian and advocate for educating girls in Afghanistan. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. As a Rotarian, I became aware of the involvement of our community in Razia Jan's initiatives in Afghanistan to educate girls and women over the last 20 years, using support from Omaha, Nebraska, and Douglas County, through our Rotary and the Afghan Center at UNO. And in light of the recent changes in Afghanistan and in the aftermath of 9/11, the Suburban Rotary is honoring her contribution, and I'd just like to quickly read this resolution that we're passing, hopefully here today. Whereas Ms. Razia Jan, a native Afghan who immigrated to the greater Boston area in 1970, has made it her life's work and passion to forge connections between Afghans and Americans. And whereas in the aftermath of 9/11, Ms. Jan rallied her adopted New England community to send over 400 homemade blankets to rescue workers at Ground Zero, her efforts expanded to include sending care packages to U.S. troops in Afghanistan and coordinating the delivery of over 30,000 pairs of shoes to needy Afghan children. And whereas, as the proprietor of a small tailoring business in Duxbury, Massachusetts, Ms. John served as president of the town's Rotary Club for 20 years and has contributed to Rotary functions at all levels ever since. And whereas Ms. John founded the Zabuli Education Center for Girls, a highly acclaimed K-12 primary school, and the Raja Jan Institute, a post-secondary vocational school for girls, both located just outside of Kabul, Afghanistan. And whereas Ms. John has collaborated with Omaha Suburban Rotary Club to promote STEM education at the Zabuli Education Center for Girls and provide resources to support the Razia Jan Institute. She was also instrumental in forming a highly successful international sister school partnership between students studying at Omaha Central High School and the Zabuli Education Center for Girls. And whereas Ms. John believes when girls have access to educational opportunities, they also find economic independence, purpose, and most importantly, their voice. And whereas Ms. John's humanitarian efforts are commended in former First Lady Laura Bush's 2016 book, We Are Afghan Women. She has also received countless awards, including a 2012 CNN Top 10 Hero Award, the 2007 Woman of Excellence Award from Germaine Lawrence, Inc., multiple Rotary Club International Peace Awards, and certificates of appreciation from the Army Corps of Engineers and the American Legion. And whereas on September 16th, 2021, Ms. John will be honored by Omaha's Suburban Rotary Club for her commitment to empowering women and girls in Afghanistan. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby honors Razia Jan, an internationally recognized humanitarian and advocate for educating girls in Afghanistan, dated the 14th day of September 2021.
Is there a motion to approve?
Only read, so move.
Motion by Commissioner Kavanaugh, second by Commissioner Friend. Any further questions or comments?
I believe we have a representative of the Rotary here with us this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ed Walsh, 301 South 54th Street here in Omaha. And first, I would like to take a minute to also express our genuine sorrow at the loss of such a devoted public servant, a man who Joanne and I actually like to think of as a friend and a neighbor, and I can assure you that we will definitely miss Mike Boyle's presence a great deal going forward.
Thank you.
On the business of the day, though, I cannot begin to tell you how pleased I am to accept this recognition on behalf of Razia. She isn't able to join us today, but she did ask me to express her heartfelt appreciation for the recognition. That was completely unexpected by her, of course. And let me simply say that the resolution in front of us here today captures very well exactly who Razia is as a person. It captures her personality like perfectly. Her strength of character and her unrelenting drive to improve the lives of girls and women, of all girls and women, is literally legendary among those of us that have had the pleasure to work with her and have gotten to know her so well. And as Jim said, with the potentially dark times for the education of girls and women on the Afghanistan horizon, I believe very strongly that the recognition by the Board of Commissioners here in Douglas County will certainly, in addition to serving to lift her spirits, it will almost certainly energize her absolutely unyielding commitment to the girls and the women of Afghanistan. So I would simply like to personally express my appreciation to the board, and thank you very much for recognizing Razia so generously.
Thank you for being with us today. Any further questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is a resolution recognizing September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas September is known in the United States as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and is intended to help promote awareness surrounding the suicide prevention resources available in our community. And whereas the simple goal is to learn how to help those around us and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone, regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States, claiming the lives of over 47,500 people annually, and is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 and 34. And whereas Douglas County chooses to be a place to place its full support behind local educators, mental health professionals, coaches, PAC leaders, law enforcement, and parents as partners in supporting our community in simply being available to one another. And whereas our regional organizations like the Nebraska State Suicide Prevention Coalition and the Nebraska Region 6 Behavioral Health Care, and national organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the National Suicide Prevention Line are on the front lines of a battle that many still refuse to discuss in public, as suicide and mental illness remain too taboo of topics to speak on. And whereas every member of our community should understand throughout life's struggles, we all need that occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles. And whereas a simple phone call, a message, a hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Now therefore be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby declares the month of September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and encourages all county officials, employees, schools, and our residents to learn about suicide prevention and to take the time to inquire as to the well-being of their family members, friends, and neighbors, and to be sure to express care and appreciation for that person. Dated this 14th day of September 2021. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. And I just leave you with this resolution, but really with the words of just be kind and be there for our loved ones and our friends who are struggling. With that, please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Aaron?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I read in the World Herald this morning, Commissioner Morgan, you called Mike Boyle a true public servant. So since I was here today anyway, I just wanted to come down and share a story about him for the record to exemplify that. Over the last 18 months, I would often receive phone calls. Mike Boyle's name would pop up on my caller ID random times in the day. And usually he had just left the county building and he was walking to his car and he would meet someone who was in need of help. Someone, on the corner experiencing homelessness or some kind of trouble. And by the time he had called me, he had already offered them whatever help he could and gotten their whole life story, of course, and could tell me everything about them. And if they didn't have a phone, he'd be like, I'm just gonna give you my phone right now and you can talk to them and see if you can help them. And if we couldn't, he would text me their phone number and we would reach out to them later. And we actually ended up helping a lot of people that way, getting them connected to services or sending a street outreach team out. And that's not something he would talk about publicly, but I just wanted to put it on the record because today is a sad day and he was a friend to all of us and like you said, Commissioner Morgan, a true public servant, and he'll be missed. So just wanted to come up and say that when I could. Thanks.
Thank you. Go.
State my name, Aaron Feichtinger, 2719 North 49th Avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda?
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Bird Street. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm saddened with the passing of Commissioner Mike Boyle. He was a friend, my friend. I recently, as recent as Sunday, I was trying to get hold of him to talk to him because he often would give me the time and give me some inside scoop on what was going on. He was kind, very kind person, and he was a public servant, and in every sense of that word, he gave a lot of his time to people that needed it. But he was also real. When we have discussions, he would say, "Well, this is what it really is." He was kind, but he was also he would tell you the truth. He'd say things like, "Luis, you don't have the money for that," and yeah. So he was definitely somebody that I'm going to miss, and that I had hoped to get to know better, but I think he could still influence us as time goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak about an item not on the agenda?
Good morning, Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I want to go a little deeper into my usual topic here, which is the Open Meetings Act. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of why. Because if I do not raise certain objections at the moment it happens or during a meeting, I don't have a chance in you know what of winning a lawsuit. It's not my intention of the lawsuit. My intention is to get the public bodies across Nebraska to performing the Open Meetings Act as it's intended for the citizen. We can debate a long time about what these words mean, but reasonable to you is not reasonable to me. Let me give you some examples of just recently in one body, another body here in Omaha, which is the Omaha Public School Board. Because two people would not give their address, the board there saw fit to shut them off, and I believe one of them was escorted out of the building for being out of order because they would not give their address. Another requirement in that act is that if you represent somebody other than yourself, you are supposed to say that. You're supposed to declare that. Now, I have reason to believe that Mr. Ramirez, that just was up here, has in the past at least been associated with noise.com, which is a community newspaper. If he is still connected with that, he should tell you that when he comes to this microphone. Last week, I questioned him about that in the outer chambers, and he told me not to go there. Well, unfortunately, I'm the type that will, because I want an answer to that. If he is, he should declare it, or you should force him to declare it, or tell him he's out of order and not let him come to the microphone. Other bodies do that. I do want to commend Marianne Morgensen because her demeanor in this chamber is a lot better than the past leader or two. And none of you ever called each other out or that for some of the behaviors that destroyed the decorum in this chamber. I've been sent out for this type of language. Maybe not by you guys, but by the next body who thinks they know what's reasonable and what isn't. The next item is the Open Meetings Act itself over there was not updated until just recently, maybe August 31st, before the update to that was posted in there, and then it was penciled. The actual retyping of the act in typical language that people can understand did not appear until after August 31st. The same was true of Omaha Public Schools. when they did post the revision on their wall, which is a big poster and everybody can see, and it's in a place where I'm not going to interfere with the camera or the audience or the secretary. This is over there where no citizen is going to go look at that while their cameras are on them. It'd probably be called out of order. So that needs to be changed. It needs to be moved. But I am requesting for a debate, full two-way discussion debate, which we don't really get usually, on this chamber, on this topic. And my main reason for that is I have requested it to be put on and been denied. I have gone to the Douglas County Attorney, and I have gone now to the Nebraska Attorney General. I don't think a citizen should have to sue you and spend taxpayer dollars doing so.
One minute.
Being told that we're out of order or don't have standing, but the act itself, if you read it, is intended for this. And it says that citizens have a broad scope to be able to come here and talk to you about it. I did send my letter finally to the Nebraska Attorney General. My final comment is, I think there's a violation for this simple fact, that the Douglas County Attorney's employee that answered my letter, I believe, as well as the person that answered my letter to the Attorney General, both have conflicts of interest because they represent this body and that body. There's a person sitting up there that advises you. I got nowhere with her, but so I feel, to me, to get the discussion of this going with the citizens, that her refusal to do
Thank
so
you,
is a
Larry.
violation.
Larry, thank you.
It is a conflict of
Time.
interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
By the way, I'm
We'll
going to take a
move
quick
to,
look if you don't mind.
move to presentations, and I'm going to flip these around just a little bit and have Brian Cruz do the redistricting process and proposed timeline first, and then we'll do the two vaccine presentations. So with that presentation, item B, 2021 redistricting process and proposed timelines, our election commissioner, Brian Cruz.
Good morning, Brian Cruz, Douglas County Election Commissioner. So I'm sure that you have all seen in the news, there's all kinds of information out there about redistricting. So I will just kind of go over the proposed timeline and how it works here in Douglas County for the most part. First, I would like to say we did get some rest and relaxation this summer, which was much needed. But on that note, happy Election Day. Yes, today is Election Day. SIDs across Douglas County, about 60 of them, about 12,500 ballots are due in by 5 o'clock tonight. And also Fremont Public Schools is having a bond issue today, and we have 39 voters in Douglas County from the Fremont Public Schools. So Dodge County is the majority of that. So they're handling that, but we have a little bit to do on that. And then Monday, we will mail out ballots for a levy override for West Side and a bond issue for Ralston. So we do have some elections coming up. So be watching in the news for those coming up. So with that, I'd just like to introduce quick the individuals I have with me. Chris Carithers, my chief deputy. I think most of you know him. Next to him is Anthony Schomer. He has actually been through redistricting 10 years ago. And he is the lead in our office on that I'll work closely with him on that. Justine Kessler's our elections manager, and she's been through redistricting too. And we have several other people in the office who've been through it. So that's kind of nice that we've got some experience moving forward. So with that, so as you're all aware, we're almost in our second year at our new building, and it's working out great. So with that, redistricting 2021. So some of the basics are, it's required by the United States Constitution after each decennial census. The data is provided by the U.S. Census Bureau. We now know that Nebraska will retain the 3 congressional districts. The Douglas County population, according to U.S. Census Bureau, is 584,526, which is a gain of 67,416 from 2010. It was 517,110 in the 2010 census. And then the first process in this will be the state legislature, then county election officials, like myself, will do it, and then political subdivisions will work on their parts. So here is a current map of the legislative districts in Douglas County and precincts. And I think everybody knows what a precinct is, but a precinct is each one of those smaller numbers there. So a precinct is a geographical area within the county that are represented by individuals. It appears, they have said in the news, that Douglas County will probably be getting another legislative district. Now, again, you know, they're having public hearings, and we won't know until the legislature ends the special session and the governor signs off. But it appears as though we may be heading for another legislative district in Douglas County. So our timeline. So the timeline, September 13th, yesterday, the special session was actually gavelled in. So they will start working on that. There are committee hearings or the opportunity for the public to give their input on each of the 3 legislative districts today, tomorrow, and the one for Omaha for the 2nd Congressional District is at 10 a.m. at the Scott Conference Center at UNO at 6450 Pine Street. So if the public or elected officials, anybody would like to have their input heard, I believe they're presenting the 2 different maps, one from Senator Luann Lenahan and one from Senator Wayne, and public information or comment will be taken at that time. I'm not exactly sure how that works. My deputy and I and Tony are planning to go, so we will be there learning with the rest of you and listening to comments. October 1st. So special session is supposed to or needs to be concluded by the end of October. All of their work needs to be done between them and the executive branch because, or excuse me, the end of September, because on October 1st, our office is supposed to receive the revised congressional legislative districts and other statewide boundaries. What happens at that point is then our office will draw the precincts within Douglas County. And so we have a month to do that. And then beginning November 1st, we distribute those maps with the precincts to all of the political subdivisions. And then the political subdivisions have until December 30th to get those back to us. Now that's 2 months. Hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later, because the sooner we get those back, we can do some work on our end. So they have until December 30th, but you don't have to wait until December 30th to return them either. And then January 5th, there was legislation passed this last legislative session. You used to be able to file for office in December. That has changed. So filing will begin now, January 5th, 2022, for next year's election, you know, again, if all goes as planned. So the state legislature, they will draw the lines or the revised districts for congressional and legislative districts, Public Service Commission, the Nebraska University System Regents, the State Supreme Court, and the State Board of Education. Then it comes to the Election Commission. We'll do the precincts within the county, and then political subdivisions will do their own boundaries. And just some of those examples, as you can see, are OPPD, MUD, the county commissioners, city councils, school districts, The only exception to that is, and it is actually by state statute or state law, is the election commission, because of we will draw the Omaha Public Schools sub-district boundaries. And it's just OPS, it's because of the class of school it is. We have had a meeting with the Omaha Public Schools already, one meeting, and so we'll continue to work with them and draw their sub-districts. So currently, there are 238 precincts in Douglas County. So we constantly perform maintenance every year on our precincts because of annexations and different things of that nature. So we anticipate between 5 and 15 new precincts as long as nothing real crazy happens. Again, we have to wait to see what the state legislature does. This is all dependent on what they give us. A precinct size by statute is based on voter turnout from the previous federal general election rather than population. So precincts can have, I believe it's between 50 or 75 and 1,750 individuals who voted in the last federal election, so the last presidential election. So precincts are not population, they're on voters. Almost everything else is done, based on population. And political subdivisions are to follow our precincts when possible. There are some really good resources out there. The Redistricting Committee of the Legislature and the Legislative Research Office redistricting page, those both have a lot of links you can click on, maps, interactive maps, things of that nature. And then our website, as we get going and there's something to report and we'll keep the public informed, it will actually be under data/maps. The second one from the end over there, the very far one to my right, your left, I believe, is more. Then under data and maps, there'll be a drop down there where we will have redistricting information. We should have something there in 2 to 3 weeks, maybe less, and then we'll update that, obviously, as we go along. So once that is all completed, then we have the 2022 elections next year. Some of the offices you can see there, including some of the county commissioners and county offices. There are 4 petitions that are currently in circulation statewide: medical marijuana, Nebraska cannabis, voter ID, and minimum wage. The first 3 are constitutional amendments, and the last one is an initiative. And so if they get the required number of signatures and turn those in to the Secretary of State's office by next summer, by their due dates, which will be the first part of July, then we will be verifying all of those signatures for those to be placed on the ballot in November. Again, that's all determined if they get their signatures. And it's not just Douglas County on that, that's statewide. So our primary election then will be Tuesday, May 10th, 2022, and the general election will be Tuesday, November 8th of 2022. So with that, I would be happy to try and answer any questions if you have any, or my team that's with me may need their assistance here. So we'll sure do what we can to help you.
Thank you, Brian. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And thanks for this. I didn't find it in the backup documents. Could you electronically forward that?
Absolutely. When we get back, we'll email it to all of you and Patrick and to you, Dan. So we'll get you back.
I want to commend you and your office for the open and very helpful information that they have shared with me, and I'm sure others, regarding redistricting. Thanks a lot. This is the first time I've actually been through this, and it's kind of new territory, so we can use all the help we can get. Thanks a lot. my understanding is that, this kind of progression from the state to the local is in part based on the fact that these precinct lines can't be divided inside a legislative district. Is that correct?
That's correct. Precincts cannot cross over legislative districts. That's according to state statute, state law.
So when the legislature determines their districts on, is it the 30th of September, October 1st?
Yes. It's, they have until the end of October. I believe the legislature said he's hoping for sometime around the 24th of October.
Right.
Because my understanding is, or September, sorry. And September, because then I believe they send that to the executive branch and they have the opportunity to review it and then comes back. So around September 24th, I believe, is their targeted goal from the speaker.
And would you have access to those draft documents?
You know, I'm gonna have Tony come up here and help me with that, if you don't mind, Tony. Tony's been through this before. I'm much like you, I'm learning as we go. Mr. Shively, the election commissioner in Lancaster, has been through it twice, so I'm relying on him as well. But do you know the answer to that? Just state your name, please.
Tony Schomer, Election Commission. We usually don't get any drafts other than we've seen PDFs. It's available to us as it's available to the public. We have not gotten any electronic shape files, which is what we officially would receive from the state. So.
Okay, so I think we all saw, maybe in the local media over the last week, some draft proposals regarding the congressional districts, and I don't know, did you have access to those?
Just as what the public had. That's all we had. Yes.
Exactly. So we would have to, if we wanted to see drafts, maybe access those at the state level, contact people that are involved with that.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. You don't anticipate when this September 24th thing comes that you would have drafts at that time?
What we officially have received in the past is what the state legislative GIS department provides us, and that is after it is approved.
After it's all final?
Correct, after it is all signed off, and yeah.
And that would be October 1st?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
You bet.
You bet.
Thank you, Tony.
Commissioner Morgan?
Brian, Mike's not here, but I'll tell you for him, you do an excellent job, and your team. I just want you to know that again. When do you think we'd see the county boards districts? I know that'll be coming. Is that around the same time, September 24th or something? Some come here for our review, and maybe one of the commissioners, the chairman, may know that already.
Yeah, that actually will be done in the October-November timeframe, and I believe at the bequest of the chairwoman and possibly Patrick, I'm not sure how it all happened, but Mike Shonlow from the county GIS department will be doing, he'll be doing the county commissioner districts as well as the city council districts. He has informed us, so I didn't mean to overstep, Mary Ann.
You're right, yep, that's
So,
correct.
so then I don't want to speak for Mike, I'm not sure if he's here. Oh, Mike, do you have any time frame, or do you want to elaborate? I don't want to speak for, I don't want to commit you to something.
Mike Shonlaw, Douglas County GIS Department. As soon as we receive the data from the Election Commission on the precincts, we'll be, at that point, hopefully ready to kind of finalize some of our redistricting models for the county board and the city council. Our hope is to produce a couple of different models for the board to review. But the importance of the new precinct lines is those board district boundaries need to follow those as closely as possible. So we'll just, as soon as those get to us, it will be within hopefully the next couple of weeks of that, which I imagine will be in November sometime, we would get those to the county board for review. So we'll do everything we can to prepare ahead of time before that data comes to us. We've done some of that preparation already with already figuring out our population targets for the new board districts and things like mapping the commissioner home addresses and things like that we have to consider. But we'll turn that around as quickly as possible.
Okay, and I know, Mike, you have some great experience at this and appreciate your input in working with the board, and hopefully by November we'll know, because a few of us might be affected by what you're doing.
Yeah.
For sure me.
You know, I will just add that if again, it all depends on what the legislature does, but if things go smoothly and it's smooth sailing, you know, we have until November 1st to do those October 1st to do those precinct lines, or November 1st, sorry. November 1st to do those precinct lines, but hopefully our goal would be to be done before then. But again, depends on what we get from the state.
Good.
So you get the information October 1st, you have till November 1st. And
Correct.
then
And then
we'll
the
go
subdivisions
after that.
have November and December.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I thought it was important to have a real succinct presentation on what happens in the timeline, because there's a lot of stuff out there, and this gives the board, again, those timelines really in concrete, that what we're looking at. Can you tell me, Brian, is it the state law again who decided that the precincts were based on the voting versus the population, or how did that happen?
Yes, it's a state statute. I don't know if I have a reference to that state statute here, but it is a state statute that determines that the precincts are based on the last general federal election. Yes, that's a state statute.
Okay.
Yes. 32903.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you, Brian. And again, we will await the information.
Yes.
You know, I've been through 2 of these redistricting, and we have, again, refrained from politicizing it, if you will, and waited until the information was, again, concrete, in order for our lines to be drawn. And so we will await that information and await Mike this year, who's doing it for us. We will await those, the presentation of those maps till then. So again, we thank you very much for being here. And if you could send your slideshow, that would be good, because then we would we would be able to answer folks who ask us those questions.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions, as always, please let us know. We'll try and help you. If we don't know, we'll find out for you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for having us.
And
I
thank you,
appreciate it.
Mike,
And
for
thank
being
you
here.
for all your support, as always.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move back to the COVID-19 update and COVID-19 vaccination plan update presented by Dr. Lindsay Hughes. Good morning.
Good morning. On behalf of Douglas County Health Department, I would just like to add our deepest condolences on the passing of Commissioner Boyle, to both you as his colleagues and friends, and to his family as well.
Thank you.
I feel a little shortchanged that I never got to have the opportunity to spar with him. All right, turning our attention to COVID-19 data. Well, I have some cautiously optimistic information this morning, which is great, and also some unfortunate news as well.
Thank you.
Starting out with our cases that we are seeing. So currently our 7-day total per 100,000 is sitting at 194.8. If you think back a couple of weeks, we were well over 200 on this number. So the cautiously optimistic piece today is that we appear to be dropping and have been for several days now. That's reflected in the graph below. You can kind of see where we had our little peak and are now appearing to come back down. I say cautiously optimistic because if you look at this chart, you can see several times when we had a peak, came back down, and then went back up. So, you know, there are plenty of things happening in our community that can cause transmission to go up. So hopefully that won't be the case. Hopefully we'll continue to see decreases, but for the time being, things are looking just a little bit better. Looking at positive cases by age group, again, this is weekly data that you're looking at here. So this is looking back over the past 4 weeks with data ending on Saturday 9/11 here, Saturday 9/11. You'll see that we have had somewhat of a decrease in our pediatric age groups, which is good news. It still remains one of our larger proportion age groups where cases are occurring. So definitely not the time to let up our vigilance in this area, but happily we did, at least over the past week, see somewhat of a decrease there. Again, with caution, we can still see cases go up, but hopefully, again, we're going to continue to see those cases go down. Looking at our weekly map, back us out so we can see it a little bit here. So this is the map ending 9/11, so week of 9/4 through 9/11. The darker the orange, the more cases you're seeing in that zip code, so you can see the distribution of that. You can see where we had some hot spots the week before, and then it cooled off just a little bit. I wouldn't say significantly, but a little bit. The week after that, going back a little bit further, you can see that cases are pretty much holding steady within kind of those same zip codes, though. In terms of hospitalizations, we are seeing that hold fairly steady. So what we are seeing as of yesterday is that our occupancy rate is hovering in the 80s pretty consistently. As of last night, it was at 81% occupancy. It has spiked up several times to the high 80s, which I think makes everybody kind of hold their breath a little bit. That's getting into a pretty dangerous area where you're truly at risk of not having any beds available. Luckily, today it seems to have come down just a bit, but we are hovering kind of up in those 80s. So the hope is, you know, we do tend to see a lag with case counts and then hospitalizations and deaths. So, you know, if we are truly seeing a decrease in cases, we know we're probably going to continue to see higher hospitalization rates for a little bit, and then hopefully those will start to come down as well. ICU usage is also continuing to be high. I believe we're at 83% this morning, 85%, I'm sorry, for our adult ICU usage. So that definitely is higher than we would want to see. We continue to have struggles with our hospital systems in terms of finding beds for those high acuity level cases. For pediatrics, we're at 48% occupancy, so that is a little bit better. It looks like RSV is starting to wane a little bit in the community. That's great news. Definitely still have quite a bit of it, but it is starting to slowly come down. So at least we have a little bit of breathing room there. And that 48% occupancy is the pediatric ICUs. We do have 9 pediatric COVID cases that are hospitalized currently in our area hospital system. So that has been holding fairly steady. We've been seeing between 7 and 9 pediatric cases daily for the past few weeks or so. That number has been pretty consistent there. In terms of ventilators, you can see that this has started to even out just a little bit. We're still hovering in the upper 80s, or I'm sorry, in the upper 20s for ventilator use. So we do continue to see a fair number of those higher acuity cases. Something that I did want to highlight for you, which is concerning and definitely breaks all of our hearts, is that we added 8 deaths over the past 2 weeks. Of those, 4 of them were under the age of 65. Several of them didn't have any pre-existing conditions. 6 of the total hospitalization or deaths were unvaccinated. The 2 that were vaccinated were elderly and had underlying conditions as well. So we definitely feel a lot of sorrow for those families that are going through those losses, that have gone through that in the past couple of weeks. Also wanted to continue to highlight the information on breakthrough cases for you. So the number of, or the percentage of breakthrough cases that we see. So just as a reminder, this is a proportion of the total vaccinated, total people who are fully vaccinated, and how many of those, or what proportion of those, end up with a positive COVID lab test. And that remains lower than 1%. So breakthrough cases remain low. They definitely happen. We hear about them, certainly. For the most part, we hear that they are having less severe illness. Of course, we do have those who might have had underlying health conditions and may have other things happening with them that predisposes them to have much more severe illness. But in general, when people are becoming ill with COVID after being vaccinated, what they're experiencing is very mild. Vaccination rates really have stagnated for the most part. You can kind of see, if you look at this chart, this is the overview of total doses administered here in Douglas County. If you look kind of in the August, September timeframe here, you can see that it's kind of stalled out, kind of flattened out with that curve. So we're not seeing nearly as many people coming out to get their vaccine, but we are certainly going to them. So in terms of percentages of your population, 72% of the over 12 population here in Douglas County has at least 1 dose. So that's good news. Definitely we want to see that continue to rise. It's just continuing to be a slow push. 59.6 out of all of our Douglas County residents. And then in terms of being fully vaccinated, 67.1% of our over 12 population, and then 55% of our total Douglas County residents are fully vaccinated at this point. So those numbers are fairly similar to the ones I reported to you a couple of weeks ago, and they remain just kind of slow going at this point. This is your 12 to 17-year-olds, so the pediatric population always gets a lot of attention, so this is really your adolescents that are eligible. This is total doses, and then this is your breakdown, so 61.2% have at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and 53.5 have both. So that's good. It's getting there. It's come up a little bit. Again, it's just a slow go, and we'll keep pushing on that. So just a little bit about what we're doing with vaccination, since vaccine does remain our best avenue to slowing this and to really getting this pandemic to a manageable thing that we're, not having to worry about hospital capacity. We're not thinking about how it's impacting kids in school so much. Really getting to the point where we can treat it as endemic and not having it be this pandemic level issue. We do continue to offer vaccine clinics throughout the community and in our building on a walk-in basis. We are offering third doses for the immunocompromised, as was approved by the FDA several weeks ago, so we are offering that. We are also working with our stakeholders, the other health systems and pharmacies and others in the community to plan for when the boosters are approved, which we are expecting to happen later this month. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is holding another meeting on I believe, sometime this week actually, to further discuss those recommendations. And then we expect to hear something on those recommendations around September 20th. We are expecting that they are going to make those recommendations based on risk level. So I would anticipate that they're going to start really asking that boosters be rolled out to people who are in high-risk categories first, and not necessarily just opening up to the general public right away. Of course, that's just what we've heard thus far. We will provide much more information as we have it. And so we'll keep everybody updated via our press releases that we do on our website, and other avenues as we know more about what we're doing there. We're also looking at new ways to get vaccine into arms in Omaha, so in places where we may not have as high of rates of vaccination. We're working with community partners. You might have heard about the vaccine campaign that One World did. They actually went door to door and were able, I think it was in South Omaha, they were actually able to get, I think, 180 some people vaccinated that way. I know that there are similar conversations happening with partners in North Omaha to see if something similar could happen there, to just really help people get that vaccine. We're also going to not just offer pop-up clinics, but we're kind of going to turn our trucks into, if you will, kind of like ice cream trucks, where we will actually go into neighborhoods and park and let communities know where we're planning to park, and they can actually just come to us in their neighborhood and get their vaccine. So we are literally taking it to the streets, to where people are, to make sure that they're able to get that vaccine. We also continue to explore how best to message, how best to help people feel comfortable with the vaccine. So these are all ongoing efforts to hopefully get these rates to continue to increase, although it is continually kind of a slow push. So with that, I also wanted to give you just a quick update on schools. So we continue to work very closely with all of our school districts to implement mitigation measures for all of our school buildings. That looks different depending on what school district you happen to be in. Depends on what capacity they have, what personnel they have, and we've made recommendations to them, and they really get to choose how they want to carry that out. A week ago, we had 2.9 cases per 1,000 in our schools, and this week that's down a little bit to 2.8. Little tiny decrease, but I'll take any decrease, so that's good news. And I just wanted to thank our superintendents for their ongoing work and collaboration on really taking care of this. It's been a very tough and complicated way forward this year, and they've been great collaborators in that process. And other than that, I am happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Thank you, and thanks for this. I did note that we have a kind of a positivity rate chart. I can bring it up here, back at the beginning of your thing.
So I have, the one that's up right now is probably a little bit easier to read than the one under tests.
Okay, so is it the lower right hand on your screen that we're looking at that? Because it's the lower right hand on the dash.
Yeah, so there are two. We have percent of positive tests, and we have two of those. So one of them is by people, and one of them is by test. So there's a little bit different. The methodologies are just a little bit different there. Most health departments in the state report that by test.
Okay, so I guess we, simplify this. The percent of positive tests in people, and if I'm seeing this, yours is a little different than the one here. It's in the 20 percentile?
If you look in the tests in people, so, and it depends just a little bit on which one you're looking at, but it's between 19 and 21%.
Okay, so somewhere about 19%, right?
Yeah.
Pretty high. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then the kids number, the rate among kids is up. Is that correct?
It's actually down slightly this week. So if you go to cases.
Cases, okay.
Yep, and you're looking at that bright green and down. So you can see that it's decreased just a little bit. And I don't have positivity in cases under 19 for you necessarily. Now there's this other chart that you're seeing on this page that says cases by age group. Right. That's cumulative, so that's going to be over the entire pandemic. That's not going to be for right now.
Okay, but if we go to the one, and it's a little different on this chart than on the one on the left.
Okay.
The chart that we have here is kind of a bar chart rather than it's a vertical rather than horizontal. It shows the younger demographics have gone up and then just come down just slightly this last week. Is that pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. The breakthrough, and I'm trying to go here. Okay, so the breakthrough percentage I think that you gave us was still below 1%, 0.77%.
Correct.
And out of 315,211 cases, there have been 2,440 breakthroughs. Of that 2,440 breakthroughs, are there any deaths in that cohort?
We have had a few deaths. So like I reported the deaths that happened over the past couple of weeks. Yeah. We did, a couple of those were vaccinated. Okay. And those were, in those cases, individuals that would have likely not had immune systems that probably processed the vaccine very well. So they were older, so probably had waning immunity because they would have been in those really early groups getting vaccinated. Also had numerous other underlying factors that could have prevented their immune system from developing immunity fully.
So if we were doing a percent of fully vaccinated people who died, that percentage would be below 0.77, considerably below 0.77.
Yes.
It might be good to know what that percentage is because, there's a lot of anecdotal stuff going around, and we'll probably have to come back on my second thing, about breakthrough cases and, they undermine the credibility of the vaccine. I don't think that those are people who are fully informed about how minor the breakthrough possibility is and even how minor, if you have a breakthrough case, that you're going to actually die from that breakthrough case, that is. So maybe if you could supply us with the breakthrough fatalities percentage, that would be a good thing. Finally, and we might have to come back to this, the low vaccination rate among the 12 to 15 cohort, And I'm trying to find that here. Which icon should I be hitting?
Time.
We'll come
We'll
back.
come back.
Go ahead, there are no other lights.
Okay. So I had it, and now I am looking for it again. But the low vaccination rate among the 12 to, I guess it's 17 population seems to be particularly acute. I'm looking on this chart. We have the white population of percent of residents 12 to 17 fully vaccinated at 50% among these kids. And then the black population at 27%. And it's the lowest of all of them. The rest kind of track with the overall population, although the Native Americans are low as well. Why is there such a huge disparity among black kids, if you can say?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. One factor in that, and I won't say that this is the main factor, or I can't guarantee that this is the main factor. One of those is that our black pediatric population tends to skew young. So possibly we have a larger population there that just haven't had the opportunity to get in. It's one of the reasons that we are specifically reaching out to North Omaha populations. We are working with partners that can specifically reach black families and hopefully increase trust and uptake with that vaccine there. I've had some really great conversations with some people who would be trusted messengers in this population that might be able to help us really start getting those messages out more effectively. And so we're going to keep doing that as much as possible so that we can get these kiddos protected as well. And knowing that they do skew young, it's going to be even more important when that vaccine gets approved for that 11 to 5 population, so those elementary kids. We don't want that disparity to grow even more. We want to make sure that we can get as many protected as possible.
So, picking up on the door-to-door initiative, I think there was One World initiative in South Omaha. Is there anything similar to that going in North Omaha to address this population?
So we are having that conversation because they did have some success with that in South Omaha. We, of course, didn't want to just go out as the health department doing it. We wanted to partner with other trusted agencies in North Omaha to make that happen, and those conversations are currently happening. So we're hoping to be able to do something similar.
So how about going into the schools in North Omaha? I mean, we've had kids in North Omaha schools. Do we have the vaccination available at the North Omaha schools themselves?
Yeah, we actually work very closely with OPS and have been into their schools off and on over the past couple of months really, offering that, and we continue to be in their schools to offer that. So we don't have any plans to decrease our presence there. And in fact, if we have the capacity to do more, we certainly will. But we're doing that.
Okay, so if a kid was going to North High today, could he get a vaccination at North High today?
So the schools themselves are not administration sites. So the staff that are there don't necessarily carry the vaccine. So there are a lot of restrictions on who can give it and how you store it, and you have to go through all kinds of hoops to be approved by the federal government to have the vaccine on site. So not everybody has that. So we typically go out, or one of the other agencies that carries it can go out to the schools and give it on site. So I wouldn't say that probably there's somebody there who can just give it, but we're happy to be there whenever they ask us to be there.
Finally, the map that you show has the highest percentage of cases in primarily areas where the school districts do not have mandatory mask policy. Is that a correlation? Is that connected, do you think?
You know, it would be really hard to say. There are a lot of other variables that are going into those rates right now, so that would take a lot more analysis to say for sure.
But you're recommending that mass in school be adhered to?
Time.
Is that
All
a
right.
yes?
Any
Yes.
other questions or comments? All right, thank you, Doctor. And
Thank you.
actually, your presentation is, again, very good but timely today because, as you know, we did the vaccine hesitancy survey. And with us today are representatives from data platforms that are going to present to us our results that hopefully may help in how we try to help individuals who are hesitant about getting the vaccine to get the vaccine. And so, Remy, I'll turn it to you or Becca first to just introduce yourselves and Todd, and then you guys start whatever the presentation. Just go ahead and start when you're ready.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner. I'm actually going to hand off to Anna Tapp first. So Anna.
Thank you very much for inviting us to present our findings to the Board of Commissioners. My name is Anna Tapp, and I'm the lead data scientist for Community Data Platforms. And real quick, I'm going to introduce the company, and then Remy is going to give you a tour of our vaccine toolkit that you'll be able to interact with after the presentation, and also go over some of the results that we got from the respondents in Douglas County. But overview of our company, our mission is to empower leaders like you guys to make data-driven decisions. And our founders noticed that companies like Nike, for example, might do a series of market surveys to decide something as trivial as should a shoe be blue or green. But leaders like you who are making really critical, important community decisions have much, much less resources by comparison. So we're here to bridge the gap in whatever way that we see a gap forming between community leaders and data that's really critical for them. And the challenges of COVID have fallen on counties for sure, because you lead public health, and you also have really tough decisions around, how you're going to maintain a balance between the economy and also the health of your community. So in recognition of the challenges, we partnered with the National Association of Counties, and we put together a series of surveys to help you guys make good decisions. And we've noticed the pandemic has stressed a variety of systems. So we have a library of surveys at your disposal for free. We can make the surveys available and also deliver them to Douglas County so that you can make informed choices along the way as the economy recovers and as you think about the future. And before I hand off to Remy, I wanted to acknowledge that your communications team at Douglas County did an incredible job getting the survey out there to constituents. In just a few weeks, we got over 1,000 people answering the survey, which as a social scientist is very, very excellent. So we had some good responses, and our goal is to give you some directional feedback for your communications as you think about how to increase your vaccination rate in Douglas County. So I'll hand off to Remy, and she will walk you through the results.
Thanks, Anna. I will share my screen. So my goal in going through this toolkit is to give a high-level overview of some of the findings and then also sort of do an orientation. We will be sending this link to your team afterwards, and y'all will be able to go through and kind of play with some of the different features. So my goal is just to show you how to do that. So we always start with an executive summary, and the way that our team looks at that is if somebody had 2 or 3 minutes to understand the most important pieces, what would we want to tell them? And so as Dr. Hughes pointed out, we're in a place in the pandemic where we really need to understand where the hesitant population is coming from. And so what we have in this executive summary is the hesitant population insights. So these graphs that I'll be going over on the first page shows the responses of the vaccine hesitant responses only. So the way that we determined if someone was hesitant was if they had not been vaccinated yet and said that they're either waiting or did not plan to be vaccinated. So as we talked about, our goal is to help your team take actionable next steps. And part of that, like was mentioned earlier, it's understanding what are the fears, what are the concerns of people who have yet to be vaccinated. So our survey asks a question with just that: what are the concerns that you have as a non-vaccinated person? And as you can see, people are concerned about the effectiveness, people are concerned about the safety, about the side effects. They're concerned that they're being used to test the vaccine. We see other concerns like past abuse of minority groups. People believe that the vaccine isn't needed for them because they're currently healthy. They're concerned about racism in healthcare. We have a small percentage saying they were never concerned. And then this other bar, some of the different responses that people indicated were unknown long-term side effects because of a lack of long-term studies, and then also just generalized mistrust of the system. And so those were some of the things that were marked in this other category. Then we really wanted to understand, are these concerns enough for someone to decline a vaccine? So somebody may be concerned about the effectiveness, but maybe it's not quite enough for them to say, no, I will not receive one. And so we also asked, of the concerns that people indicated, what is enough for you to say, no, I'm declining a vaccine? So we see effectiveness, again, is really high, safety, use to test a vaccine, past abuse of minority groups. And I think the most interesting thing here is that side effects drops a little bit. It was sort of in third place on the concerns, and then it drops to number 5 over here. Then we also think it's really important to understand where constituents are consuming their COVID-19 news from. And so what we know is that the hesitant population is really getting a lot of their information online. So 75% of the hesitant population is getting their COVID-19 news from online news sources, while only 20% from social media, 18% from newspapers, and you can see the other information here. Then, as Dr. Hughes mentioned, it's also really important to have spokespeople who are trusted by the community. And so what we found is that for the hesitant population, they trust their doctor, they trust family members and friends, and they trust their internet searches. And those rank higher than the county public health department or some other places. To keep moving down here, we also did another analysis just to try to understand if there were any other points that we felt it was really important for people to know. And so I'm just going to read these bullets really quickly. What the hesitant population worries about. For the non-hesitant community who had a concern, the most common one is side effects, as we saw. While the hesitant community is also concerned about side effects, they're equally concerned with effectiveness, its safety, as well as past abuse of minority groups. So there really are 4 top concerns there. Trusted sources for both vaccine hesitant and non-hesitant residents, they say that their most trusted source for vaccine information is their doctor. Non-hesitant residents do, however, have similar trust levels in the information given by public health offices, whereas hesitant respondents do not share in that trust of public health offices. Again, their top 3 are doctor, family friend, and internet searches. Finally, where they get their information, vaccine hesitant individuals are less likely to use newspapers or television news for COVID-19 information. Like the rest of the population, their most frequently used source for COVID-19 information is the internet. So this is our executive summary page. And then what we have is on this navigation panel to the left is different ways that our questions are broken down. So on the current situation page, we give an overview of vaccination rates of population with medical risk factors that are specific to COVID. This part you can look at, and it's also directional. It's not a substitute for the public health counts that Dr. Hughes just went over, but I'll leave this for y'all to explore. Looking at the position page, what we have here is we've added these filters. And so what your team is able to do is filter by various age groups, education levels, gender, income, race, and you can also filter by vaccine hesitancy. So these filters will then update all of these. So one of the questions is we ask, would you get vaccinated today? So we see that there's 2% of the population that's still willing who has not. We see 50% of people saying, no, I would prefer to wait, and 47% saying they will never get the vaccine. Again, we asked for their concerns. So this graph shows the concerns of all respondents, all people who took the survey, compared to that previous graph that we looked at was filtered for those who are hesitant. Another piece that we find really interesting is the barriers to getting a vaccine. So people are asked, what is preventing you? What are some barriers that are preventing you from getting vaccinated? So we see most of people not quoting a barrier, but the ones that are quoted are availability, not knowing where to go, and having a lack of time to do so. So those are some of the barriers that people are facing. And this is one of my favorite graphs, is this vaccine safety graph. And what we see here is we wanted to parse out, do people have hesitation for the COVID-19 vaccine specifically, or do they have hesitation towards vaccines in general? And so as you can see, if we just take a look at this strongly agree category, we can see people agreeing the COVID-19 vaccines are safe to take. We see 49% strongly agreeing the COVID-19 vaccines are effective at preventing infection, a little bit less, so people are more likely to agree that they're safe and effective. But then if we look at the annual flu vaccines, we see a jump. People are saying, yes, I agree. And then other recommendations for children are safe to take. We see 63% of people strongly agreeing. So in this case, this is telling us that there is more hesitation for the COVID-19 vaccine compared to all vaccines. Then some of the other things, like we talked about, communication is really important and getting that message out. So again, we have this trusted sources graph that can be filtered by all of the various demographics here. And again, this is set for all people right now, whereas that first page was set for just hesitant respondents. We also can see how the entire community consumes their news. And we also looked at social media use. So we actually had, from the survey, we had a pretty high percentage of people come through Facebook, which makes sense as we're seeing that 75% of people are indicating that they do use Facebook. Finally, this preferences page talks about preferences in how people want to be vaccinated, how they want to make an appointment. And the last point I want to point out is this children's page. And so what we have here, if I can focus your attention to this parents' insights, again, we did a deeper data analysis to kind of pull out a few things. And so we have like parent, like child, nearly 3/4 of fully vaccinated parents have their eligible children fully vaccinated, whereas 5 out of 6 non-vaccinated parents have not vaccinated their eligible children. Secondly, how decisions are made. Most families intend to get all or none of their children vaccinated, with very few making that decision on a child-by-child basis. That one was especially interesting to me. I just thought that there might be some differences in the way that one child is treated because of their own medical conditions or something else that's going on within the family, but it really tends to be an all or nothing decision for the entire family. Then we see that parents are more hesitant in general. Most parents have concerns about the COVID-19 vaccine for themselves and their children, whereas the majority of non-parents don't have concerns about the vaccine. Parents are about 2 times more likely to be concerned with the effectiveness of the vaccine for their children than for themselves. Then we also look here, would you get your children vaccinated? So we can kind of see the sentiment of the parents of non-eligible children, so that 0 to 11 age group. We also ask specifically that same concerns question, but addressed to what are the concerns that you have for your children. Again, we see side effects and safety are still in that top tier. We also see the receipt of other recommended vaccines. So we see 95% of children having received their recommended vaccines compared to 4% having some of them, 1% not having received all of them. And then this is another graph that I think tells a really interesting story. We bucketed people into 3 categories. And so you can see 61% of children have or will get the COVID-19 vaccine, and their other immunizations are up to date. 36% are concerned about the COVID-19 vaccine, but their other immunizations are up to date. And then we have 4 that are concerned about COVID and their other immunizations are not up to date. One other thing I wanted to point out, if I jump back to this position page, anytime that there could be ambiguity or that we felt like extra information was warranted, but we didn't want to have a title that spanned across the entire page, we generally add a tooltip. So if I hover over this concerns tooltip, you can see the response option. I was never concerned was only asked of respondents who have been vaccinated, who intended to get vaccinated or prefer to wait. By asking the question this way, respondents who indicated that no, they will never, they had to choose a concern to sort of let us know what they were thinking. So if there's any other questions, generally they can be answered by hovering over the tooltip.
Okay, well, excuse me. Thank you, Remy. Oh, excuse me. Are there any questions, Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, ma'am. Remy, thanks for the information. Is this available to us now?
Yes, we'll be sending the link after. We'll send it to Commissioner Ferguson, and she can send it out. Or if there's another way for us to send it, we'd be happy to do that.
After the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? I want to thank you. Again, I think what this tells us is it gives us a chance to pause and to look at how we are doing things in reaching our folks that we feel are hesitant in getting the vaccine. And maybe we change up, whether it be our marketing. I mean, again, you see that the safety and side effects seems to be, on the top all the time. So how do we get that message out to those folks about the vaccine being safe and the minimal side effects out there if you do get the vaccine? The other interesting thing is that the trust in their physician, and I know Dr. Hughes, I think it was not last week, but the week before, we talked about how do we reach out to the medical community, especially the primary care doctors, where most of the folks that we're talking about will go. And again, this kind of confirms that that's who they trust. And so we need to kind of mix up a little bit of how we are messaging and where we're going to get the vaccine. So this information was great. I do want to thank Leah Baez from our department. She's a one-woman show, and she has done a spectacular job of helping to get the survey out. I actually got quite a few comments when I did send it out myself, and so people are willing to give that information, and that will help us in the long run. So thank you all for what you just presented today, and I'm sure we'll have further conversations, but thank you for being with us today, and thank you for the great explanation you gave of our county survey. So with that, if you want to just send it, we'll get it out, and I'm sure there'll be additional conversations that we have, especially with our health department folks.
That sounds great. We'll coordinate with Leah and get it to your team. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. With that, we do have a public hearings. The public hearing is the Christopher and Julie Kastner Living Revocable Trust, and that's the applicant, and they are requesting approval for a rezoning. And I think, there you are. Hello.
Good morning.
You want to just go ahead and explain these to us?
Sure. Dave
Madam
Forrest.
Chair, are we opening the public hearing?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
opening the public hearing.
Dave Forrest, Planning and Zoning Coordinator, and you actually have a series of three public hearings all related to the same property at 5707 South 234th Street. The applicant desires to take a 3-acre parcel, which is zoned rural residential, and subdivide that, creating an additional buildable lot. The subdivision complies with all the county regulations. It was approved by the County Planning Commission. And your first public hearing has to do with rezoning from rural residential to R1, because we're taking a 3-acre parcel, creating 2 smaller parcels. The second one has to do with a subdivision agreement, which will, in which the applicant agrees to certain terms and conditions associated with the subdivision. The most important is that he's going to dedicate 30% of the parcel to open space. And then the final one has to do with approving the preliminary and final plats. I also have a representative of the applicant with us today. If you have any questions, you received a cover memo from me, which I think provides some of the more details. But we're open to questions if you have any.
All right. With that, again, the first public hearing was rezoning it from rural residential to R1. Is there anyone here wishing to speak during this item on the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What's the will of the board?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
So the reason for the zoning change from rural residential to R1 is what?
Is that the parcels, the two resulting parcels would be too small to qualify as rural residential. They have to be 3 acres to be rural residential. And we're taking a 1 3-acre parcel and we're essentially dividing it in half.
So for development into a housing community?
Well, just one buildable lot. It's 3 acres. There's currently a 3-acre parcel with 1 house on it. And the property owner wants to divide that almost in half and create 1 additional buildable lot.
So it'd be like 2 1.5 acre acreages?
Yeah, more or less. I think the second one is a little bit less than an acre.
And of that, 30% would be open space?
Each of them have to have, each of those parcels sets aside 30% for open space.
But these would be single-family dwellings?
Yes.
Thank you.
No other questions or comments? There is a motion. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next item during the public hearing is the request for the approval of the subdivision agreement. Is there a motion, or anyone here wishing to speak during this public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next item during the public hearing is again, the request for the approval of the preliminary and final plat of the proposed items. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this item of the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Will of the board? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next is item D. It's a public hearing that is setting the final tax rate for 2021-2022. And this will be presented by our finance director, Mr. Joe Lorenz.
Joe Lorenz, County Finance Director. What this public hearing is for, this is the second phase of the budget process. In July, the county board approved the operating budget for the year. And then after in August, we received the valuations from the assessor's office. Then we have the data that we need to set the levy for the year. And so if you look up on the sheets here, this is the format that's required by state statute, where you can see what the property tax request is, the valuations, and I think the key headline here is for the county levy, which constitutes 13.3% of the total levy within Douglas County. The budget was put together under the assumption that the levy would remain flat at 29.559 cents per $100 of valuation. And like I say, it's flat, no change. We also at this time approved the county library fund, which, because there was a huge increase in the valuation there, the assessed values in that part of the county went up 13%. So that, and that one, it's not a lot of people, so it's pretty variable. But this year, the property tax rate there for the library is actually going down 17%. So those are, I think those are the headlines for the setting of the levies this year. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
This is the public hearing. Any questions, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I'm going to offer an amendment to this proposal, but just wanted to recap some of the things that Joe and I have talked about leading up to this. I'm going to propose a lower mill levy for the Douglas County portion of this. I'm not addressing the Douglas County Library Fund in this proposal at all. But Joe, in our discussions, we kind of touched on some matters, and I would ask maybe if the clerk could distribute the backup documents that I've prepared. Thanks, Dan. These are public record documents that I've put together to basically go to the question of a property tax reduction via a mill levy reduction of 1 mil from the proposal contained in this document of 29.559 cents to 28.559 cents. And Joe, in our discussions, I think that 1 cent mill levy translates into about $5 million.
$5 million, yes.
Right. So, as you probably are all aware, the city of Omaha lowered their mill levy. You might be aware that Lancaster County Board unanimously lowered their mill levy this year for some of the similar reasons. If you see in the documents that I've attached to the proposal to lower this mill levy, the value of taxable property in Douglas County has increased almost $3 billion in the past year. We've always talked about the basis of taxation is base times rate equals tax, and so our base has gone up $3 billion. If the rate stays the same, people's property tax bill will increase automatically. So in addition to that, Douglas County has received $55.4 million in American Rescue Plan resources in 2021, and will receive an additional $55 million in 2022, which are widely available, as these other governmental units that I just mentioned have found, to help us with budgetary problems going forward. In 2021, Douglas County had a surplus of $26.4 million in CARES monies, which we lapsed into the general fund in January of this year. And in 2021, Douglas County had a surplus of more than $20 million in unexpended expenses, which is an annually occurring event. So you'll see the documents attached that show each of those 4 categories of available resources to help bolster this very modest property tax decrease that would impact our budget by about $5 million. We need to put our money where our mouth is regarding property tax relief, and this is what that does. If you would vote yes on my resolution to lower the mill levy by 1 cent, you're voting for a property tax cut. If you vote no, you're voting for a property tax increase. It's real clear. If we don't change the mill levy, as this proposal that Joe's just given us shows, your property tax bill will go up. That's a property tax increase. City of Omaha recognized this, Lancaster County recognized this. This proposal will result in millions of dollars of savings for Douglas
One
County
minute.
property owners, and comes at a time when many families, businesses, and individuals are struggling with the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This property tax cut is fair, affordable, and the right thing to do, and we should proceed to give property tax relief to the property owners of Douglas County, as the City of Omaha has done, and as Lancaster County and other governmental subdivisions in our area has done. So I would offer this as an amendment to the proposal that we have before us. And you have in your packet that amended resolution that indicates the change in the mill levy, the reduction.
This is the public hearing. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, what Commissioner Kavanaugh's pointed out is that he's ostensibly saying this is a property tax increase. The only way we can increase property taxes is if we increase the levy as a county board, correct?
That, yeah.
We're not the
You know,
we're not
it
the
gets into
assessors.
semantics, but, you know, we are not increasing the property tax rate. That this recommendation is keeping it flat, yeah.
Okay. Well, look, years ago, David McCullough wrote a book about John Adams, and John Adams was a very interesting person. If you all have read a little bit about it, of course you have. He was sitting with Thomas Jefferson in a room, and they were arguing about the Sedition Act, which was obviously pretty a volatile discussion at that point, and at any point. And Adams told Jefferson, I am determined to control events, not to be controlled by them. Now that's very bold for John Adams to have said something like that, because also it's very difficult to do what he was trying to do. So an example of that is, I've said this before, we have a broken tax system in the state of Nebraska, the three-pronged tax system, okay? And I believe the sales tax system in the state needs to be recodified. I don't have any control over that. I did when I was in the legislature, but I don't now. So John Adams' advice is great, but I can't deal with that. And when we have a broken sales tax system, it affects our property taxes. Second thing is, I believe the income tax rates in this state need to be lowered, both on commercial entities and also on individuals. Guess what? I don't have control over that either. I'd love to control those events. I can't right now. Here's what I have control over. As a member of the Board of Equalization, and that's what I am based on state law, I have control over an equalization system that needs to be intensely investigated, analyzed, and addressed.